Baba. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing the game between Adam Shefawi and Mark Millender now in top 4. We have a little bit of information already. Adam has already won yesterday. The cup. So trying to do that yet again. Mark also trying to get for the invite, of course. So trying to be getting as many points as they can. Also, fun fact for the people that want to know about the Niels storyline. Niels is in top 4, so he has 7 CP as well. Now, it will depend how well he will do for the rest of the tournament, but we'll see how that goes. But let's focus on this game. So, we know it's Calm Mind Lunala with dresses, not with leftovers, and that has been insane against Eating Rivals as well.
Yeah, I think Calm Mind is really good against like special attacking restricteds because they just can't really hit you. Also with Lunala, like you have aggressive terrain, I can heal that Shadow Shield over and over again. So like if you have a good matchup, it's basically impossible for you to lose as long as you like don't throw.
I do like this play here of going for Sacred Fire, trying to get the burn on Lunala, making sure that the Shadow Shield never fully recovers in that regard. Not getting a burn, but quite a bit of damage there as Lunala has been able to set up one Calm Mind. Now there's a Whimsical on the field that does have access to that pesky Encore as well.
I do wonder, like you could of course like protect and switch out or like turn the KO to Whimsicott just get rid of it, or you could read Mark going for a more passive play of Light Screen and predicting Lunala to protect. We just see the Encore coming out. Like, I guess you could just keep Calm Minding and you won't really take any damage. We see Ante going for Stopping Tantrum on the Incineroar.
To Calm Mind forever is also not really something you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get rid of the Whimsicott down the line, it could work out.
Yeah, it'll depend what this Incineroar is going to do right now, because of course it does have access to that Flare Blitz right now, but going for the knockoff instead onto the Ante, moving the damage buff that has been given, which is the Life Orb, of course. As Lunala gets a little bit of that healing.
Ante, you usually see Ante with the Choice Band, usually paired with Chien-Pao. It's like buttons blow stuff up with like Terra Normal Extreme Speed. But you actually see the Life Orb here, which gives you a little more flexibility. You can switch moves, you can protect.
Oh, speaking of Chien-Pao there as well. So Chien-Pao lowering the defenses right now. Ante fully ready to still deal as much damage as it did the turn before. Lunala actually opted to switch out, seeing that, okay, fine, you did encore me, you got me. Let's switch out to another Pokemon. And it is the Volcarona here. Sacred Fire coming out with that Chien-Pao boost. Amazing damage there onto this Volcarona as the parting shot goes into that Chien-Pao, making sure that that at least does less damage now.
I think the idea is to switch in the support Volcarona and get parting shot and back to Lunala, where you can Rage Powder and Calm Mind, but you can also go into the Miraidon, saying, I'm gonna take out your threats first and then I'm gonna Calm Mind.
I can definitely see.
Also, Scarf from Miraidon, which means there's no speed type shenanigans with this Chien-Pao.
Yeah.
Scarf from Miraidon is not that popular, but you do see it once in a while.
Miraidon, good because it is good. The speed ties.
Also outspeeds Calyrex.
Yeah, that's also true.
You forgo damage for doing damage before they can do anything about it.
And the thing is, well, with a lot of cards, they tend to have like some bulk as well, so you have that a little bit more longevity.
Because you don't have to invest much in speed if you're already going fast.
Yeah, Miraidon has been really showcasing like the diverse ways you can play it, right? The Scarf, the Specs, we see the Assault Vest, Life Orb even.
Yeah, also, First of all, Adam has Maridon and Rillaboom on the same team, which might seem counterintuitive, but I think the Rillaboom is really here to help Lunala like get that Shadow Shield back, to like recover until like keep recovering.
We have the Terra Normal. It is Terra Normal X3 speed time. No Life Orb this time, but it will do a lot of damage. And that Volcarona is just gone. Meaning
wonder
that right now Maridon is the next to follow up here, and then we have Chimpao being able to potentially change the tide as well. Strong Volt Switch will make sure that the NT has been dealt with. Wat die Vegas hè? Ja. Alle is steeds ja, dat kunnen we zetten. Alright.
We do see the Maridon Volt switching to KO the Entei and switching into Incineroar, getting a pretty important Intimidate onto the Chien-Pao, lowering that damage. Chien-Pao going for the Icicle Crash, hoping that Maridon would stay in and just take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now you can either go into Lunala or Maridon, which both are good options because you can fake out and then do something. Maridon, you can do some good damage. With Lunala, you can set up. You do wonder, is that Whimsicott going to come back in to keep that Lunala from setting up? No, it's actually the Maridon coming in here.
It's interesting because like your own Maridon seemed to me like a fine play as is as well, because you have a Scarf, you know you're faster, you have Fake Out as well. This is Terra Stellar Chien-Pao as well, so there's no gonna be any Ghost shenanigans, for example. But now you have a way to just freely deal damage, or even set up a Calm Mind potentially with your Lunala here. We have the switch.
See the Whimsicott
again. Is it gonna happen again?
We see the Whimsicott maybe hoping Adam would get greedy, go for a Calm Mind, trying to punish him by going into Whimsicott and encoring Lunala.
He's been punished once. He can do it. Just happen again.
It can happen again. The Incineroar will be faking out the Maridon, making that it will not be doing any damage this turn. And we see the Lunala Terra Fairy Moonblasting into the Maridon, saying, I don't need to set up if I can just KO you.
Yeah, just
the Maridon actually surviving, but it's really like it's a big amount of damage. I do believe that the Lunala is 3 HP away from getting a Shadow Shield back up. Painfully close, but not there just yet. You can try and do a lot of. You can do a lot of stuff. You can try and KO the Maridon. You can try and lower its damage.
Alright, we're gonna just keep talking here, but the Whimsicott does have the not have the option to encore something, but it is still a Pokemon that carries that light screen, for example, to lower the special attacking moves from the Maridon and Lunala on the other side, but it's hard.
Yeah, this is difficult, but like good at the same time because you have so many options, but there are so many things you can do to prevent those options. You see the Maridon switching in. This may boost the Maridon's damage enough to. Oh, we see the Voltage going into the Maridon, dealing more damage than you would expect from a 4 times resistant hit.
This Vegas it. Straks kunnen we tafel pakken.
Chien-Pao coming in. Volt switch into the Chien-Pao. So the Chien-Pao now threatening a lot of stuff. You see Whimsicott Moonblasting Lunala for some chip damage. And you see the Lunala Moonblasting.
Yeah, Moonblasting.
The Chien-Pao dropping it down to that.
We hebben heel deze tafel.
Chien-Pao being dropped on the sash. Lunala recovering some more. I think Whimsicott Moonblasting is a good play because you prevent Lunala from getting up Shadow Shield again.
Yeah.
It's more damage than I would think. It's like a Moonblast. Like it didn't do a lot of damage, but more than I would expect.
And bringing the Chien-Pao to its sash is always good, right?
Yeah. I think right now, like I think a potential play is winning with the Whimsicott and pushing into the Maridon because like right now the Maridon is faster. Okay, no Tailwind coming out. Maridon Volt switching into the Whimsicott, not Chien-Pao. Maybe hoping Chien-Pao would protect. Going into the Incineroar, dropping the attack of a Chien-Pao again, and getting a fake out. Though I
feel like Adam is in quite comfortable situation right now.
You can just do a lot of stuff. I believe the Whimsicott is Cover Cloak, so you will not be able to take out that slot. Chien-Pao Ice Wrapping Lunala. Moonblast coming up into the Incineroar, dropping it very low, but low HP is not no HP, as we know.
As long as you have some health, you have a Pokemon.
Yeah. Moonblast finishing off the Chempao, getting rid of that pesky Weasel or Cat. I don't really know what it is. It's something. Not recovering some more HP. It just keeps recovering HP like every turn, like a little bit.
Just a little bit. Have the snacks.
Yeah.
Time again.
Now you have the Incineroar, who will be able to take out the Miraidon who will be coming in. I believe it's the only Pokemon left.
The only Pokemon left, and then it's
Very
the
low.
Soul Whimsicott versus the world, and that's not looking like a very good time there.
Now you just have a very safe play of taking out the Miraidon and Moonblasting it. Moongeist. I think Moonblast is safer because if you encore the Lunala into Moonblast and you click Moongeist, it's a random target. So Moonblast is safer. That's like a very subtle way you can mess up, but it's always possible.
But yeah, I think right now Mark is already thinking like, what are the adaptations to be able to be made? He was able to encore early that Lunala there, locking it, but like not really able to capitalize on it yet because the sheer bulk that Adam has, and also like the use that Scar Miraidon has, being able to pivot into like Incineroar time and time again as well, has been very helpful there. Moonblast will be KOing that Miraidon, and now it's the Soul Whimsicott versus the Lunala and of course the Miraidon still.
Yeah. I'm an optimist, but I don't think the Whimsicott is going to be able to pull this off.
You know, I myself, I'm a Whimsicott believer, but my believer is not gonna bring in this W here. I feel.
Yeah. I think we will see some big adaptations in Game 2. Of course, the Lunala was very annoying because it just sicked on the field, damaged everything with that Terraforming Moonblast. The Entei, I feel like the Entei didn't get as much value as Mark wanted to.
Yeah.
Miraidon is, of course, not like the thing about Scarf Miraidon, you can't really hit it because it's gonna be faster than most of everything, and it just volt switch it before you can hit it. So like it's very hard to hit this Miraidon.
Even when you're in a position where you have, for example, Chimpao plus Whimsicott, it is very possible like that you're like there's an instant that can just be switched in, and then the Miraidon is not taking all that much damage anymore either. So Mark has to make some really hard calls here onto Adam's Pokemon to see where it is going for him. It is not really prime position. It's just the volt switching, the U-turning, and then there's a Miraidon that time and time again can keep chipping down and damaging the Pokemon left and right as well.
Yeah, I do think we're going to see this Summon. I believe it's something that was not brought in
Yes,
Game 1.
correct.
I do think we will see Summon to this game, purely because it can just Behemoth Bash Lunala, ignoring any special defense boosts. Also with Chempao you can do some good damage. I feel like if Mark can get rid of the Incineroar early and get himself plus Chempao into a Terraforming Lunala, I think he has a good chance to, like, if not deal some big damage, win the game. I do think that
I do think like what you're pointing at is really good because that's the nice thing about like Chimpao plus Zamazenta. Against that Lunala, Lunala does not have carry that much options. The only unfortunate thing is like that Incineroar does so much work as to intimidate the Heavy Slam, intimidate the Chimpao for like the dark moves as well. And if you're able to keep cycling that, so if Mark is able to find a position where the instant is almost immediately gone, followed up by
Volcarona not being on the field.
yeah, exactly. But like those are a lot of things you have to keep in mind of.
Yes, it's going to be hard, but it is definitely possible.
Yeah.
I feel like with setup mons, you can easily try and KO all the allies and then focus on it in the late game.
end game.
Now, that's easier said than done, of course, because setup players try and make their teams in a way so that you can prevent those things from happening, but you know, it's still an option. We see double Miraidon. I believe that Marks is not sure scarfed, but I could be wrong about that. And we also see Entei
That one is fixed, yeah.
with a life orb. Also blocking the intimidated because of its inner focus ability.
Such a good ability.
Also, it will also prevent it from being flinched.
Yeah, exactly.
focus-
So fake out not really working right now.
Focus is a really good ability on like physical attackers who do not like to be slowed down. Like for example, like we saw, like if you see a Dragonite, you can bet it's inner focus.
Yeah.
Because it's like it just doesn't want to be slowed down.
I mean, I was facing off against the Dragonite earlier. It was carrying the multi-skill. That was a bit hard to deal with.
Oh.
We're casting right now as well. So
We see them right on switching out, not wanting to be hit with the
this might
Draco
be the
Meteor.
Whimsicott again, like from
this
turn
is,
one.
this is the Whimsicott. So either no Champa or no Zamazenta. I think most likely there will be a Champa because that's what he brought last game. You see Miraidon clicking Terra Electric, maybe hoping that the Miraidon would stay in and Terra Fairy, or just targeting the Anteda is also an option because you do not appreciate getting hit by a stopping tantrum. We'll have to see. We see a Volt Switch, I believe. Yes, Electro Drift. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Electro
Drift into the Entei, making sure it's not on the field anymore. Entei is down.
And they immediately gone. That was very well. Honestly, Adam would love to see that right now because like you're getting those pieces away, those physical attack as well. Your Lunala has more and more options in the back as well. You have committed your Terra though, so if Chimpao is in the back, the Lunala does need a way to deal with that. But having an Incineroar, having a Volcarona, you do tend to carry a lot of options against anything that Chimpao might do. So.
We see that Adam brought the exact same 4, which means that Mark likely knows what he's gonna do. Incineroar switching into the Volcarona, I believe. Yes, no, Lunala. Switching into Lunala. Battlefield, I can probably tank at least one hit. And so just go for light screen, reducing any damage that Miraidon might try and do. We see another electric drift going into the Miraidon, baiting out a Terra Fairy. Gonna do almost no damage.
That is really little damage there.
Yeah. We see another electric drift, probably into the Lunala. Breaking Shadow Shield dealing a lot of damage.
That is
a lot of damage. I feel like this position is a bit worse for Adam.
Yeah.
If he had gone for the Draco Meteor, it probably still would have lived because of a light screen and because it's Assault Vest. But it would have been a lot better for him. We see him considering switching up the Miraidon because his choice lock into that Electro Drift, so it can't do much else. I forgot. I thought it was Assault Vest.
No, this is Choice Spec, so they're both locked right now.
No, I mean the Trust Scarf Miraidon.
Oh, the Choice Scarf, yeah, no. The Choice Scarf, as we have another turbo. Electro Drift. I always forget the move. I play this Pokemon. I still forget.
I believe Whimsicott should go down to one more Electro Drift. Unless this Moonblast gets special attack drop, it does not. Electro Drift being locked by the Lunala. Now this Lunala risks being locked into Protect by the Whimsicott. Again, the Whimsicott is so annoying for that Lunala because it invalidates everything it wants to do. Set up, get Encored. Protect, get Encored.
Yeah. So that is also a level of play that Adam might be relying on, making sure that Whimsicott commits to an Encore while being able to switch out to something else to just sponge this hit one time from this Miraidon. But as the Miraidon from Marek is being able to do more and more damage, we actually just see the tail end here. So if this is going into the Lunala, so that Lunala will go down because there's only 2 fire types in the back as well as we knew. And now Lunala is now finally gone. Tailwind has been set up, and I do think Adam might be going for Electro Drift as well onto the Whimsicott, being able to deal with just that, and that means that Marek has 2 Pokemon left, and one of them is Miraidon. The last one, still unsure which it is.
I don't know. Could be Champa, could be Zamazenta.
Honestly, in this position, I really think Zamazenta could work out because if the Miraidon is faster, you still do an Electro Drift into that slot of the Volcarona, for example, and it is Zamazenta. Zamazenta loves clicking body press here.
Yeah. Also, like, really good. It doesn't get blocked by Intimidate. Like, what was it? Blocked and dropped because it's defense. like the nice thing about Zamazenta,
Yeah.
you can't really slow it down with Incineroar. Like I guess if you can Will-O-Wisp, but the chance is high that you will get body pressed before you can get up and Intimidate. I mean, Will-O-Wisp. Like Zamazenta is really hard to reduce the damage of body press,
Yeah.
which is really nice. You have Incineroar, which could fake out either slot. You also have the Miraidon, which is probably gonna one-shot the Incineroar if it does target that
I
slot.
think you're rather safe with just protecting the Zamazenta and just keep electro drifting. It's been working, you do the damage, and as long as you keep targeting left stop, it doesn't seem like Adam has a lot of switch-ins to this electric type move right now.
So this might seem like a silly win con, but potentially the Miraidon could run out of Electro Drifts.
True. Very true, actually.
It's a silly win con. Oh,
Wait, just the body press into
really-
Miraidon, it's able to survive. Was this the correct play here as we have the electric drift coming out into that Zamazenta? Is Zamazenta able to survive? It is Choice Scarf, not Specs, but look at that, taking it like a champ. That is, of course, a dog with a big shield, thanks to that light screen just as well.
yeah. Also, I think it's really funny. Body press is called Big Splash.
Yeah, it's really good in French.
it's really-
The French names are really good.
It's really funny.
Do you know what flip turn is? It's my favorite one.
No, I
Au revoir. As in water. I love it. It's so funny. It is one of the best. Like the translation teams are amazing. For German, for example, Stakataka called Mura Mura, meaning wall wall, which is amazing.
that's funny.
Yeah, stuff like that, very interesting. But now you still have a turn of tailwind. Your Miraidon is faster. You don't have the electric terrain anymore, so this Incineroar might be able to survive just an electric drift. But Big Splash is still something that can happen to either of these Pokemon right now. As in Miraidon is swapping up into the last Pokemon that we knew was the Volcarona. So let's see if Marek did call this or not.
Like the thing is, Miraidon is gonna
He called it. He called it. Electric drift into the Volcarona, able to survive.
a lot of
And
damage.
let's see what the Big Splasher himself, the Zamazenta, will do. It is Big Splash into the Incineroar.
Incineroar
It
living
kills
on
Wexel. What? What?
That's crazy.
That's an amazing. That is an insanely bulky Incineroar there.
Yeah, I do think this is the last turn of Tailwind.
Yep.
So now you have the Miraidon resetting a terrain, able to go.
Survived on one HP.
So now it's gonna be a call out. You could either Electro Drift the Zamazenta
Yeah.
and pray that they don't protect, or you could Draco Meteor the Miraidon, praying they protect.
Yeah.
Or you could Draco.
That's the
You
game.
could Draco Meteor the Zamazenta, hoping that they Terra Dragon, or you could like I don't know. There's a lot of options.
Like this is 1 in 4. I mean, you have to guess it right now if you're Marek, because Scarf Miraidon is here to prove its usefulness right now.
I think you have a very safe play of going to the drifts of the Zamazenta. If they Terra, it's not that safe.
Yeah.
But I think because you're faster, Adam is opting to go for a safer play, thinking I don't need to gamble. I can just play it safe, see what they'll do. Radio the Terra maybe.
Exactly. Incineroar swapping in 1 HP Wonder Incineroar. Let's take a look at what the move says. It's
Electro
just
Drift.
Electro Drift and a Big Splash.
No crazy stuff. Just into the Volcarona. Probably a body press coming out into the Incineroar, and I don't know. It's 1 HP, but I do think it's gonna go down.
I don't know. He can take it.
Yeah, he can take it. He's a bulky boy.
Just block it. Unfortunately. An Incineroar that needs 2 body presses, Big Splash, needs 2 body presses to get KO, which is an amazing thing to have seen.
Yeah.
But now, Scarf Miraidon is in. And now it is really hard for Adam because he has to
Yeah.
lock into something right now. The options are not all that great because if you lock in, for example, Dazzling Gleam, there's still light screen up.
He doesn't have the healing gleam.
Oh, discharge him.
He has Snarl.
Oh, never mind. My bad. As
I mean, Snarl is really useful for Caloric Shadow Rider teams. Usually you see a Sulfas Miraidon tanking a hit and then snarling, but Choice Scarf Miraidon says, why do we need to tank your hit and then snarl if you can snarl before you get to move?
that's actually a fair point. As
Yeah.
that is
You see the
1-1.
You see the Miraidon knocking out the Miraidon with Electro Drift, not something you see very often.
ben had toch niet bij zijn podcast. Je mag het niet
We will now be going into game 3. A lot of things to consider if you're Adam. Also a lot of things to consider if you're Mark. If you're Mark, you could also go with the same mons, but you can also like adapt, hoping that Adam adapts. If you're Adam, you could switch it up, or you could stick with the same Pokemon.
I think Mark's plan of just going on the offense was really good as well.
Yeah. I think the Tailwind was really a good play. We didn't see it come out in game 1, which was not optimal. But in game 2, you got Tailwind, and Choice Scarf 1 basically nullified, because the one thing that makes Choice Scarf really good, the speed, it doesn't have anymore. I do think that Zamazanta taking the Electro Drift so well, also really important because the light screen really important in that set. We see Adam considering, do I switch it up or do I bring the same thing?
Yeah.
We do see him probably bring the same thing.
I do have a tiny tidbit of information because we're watching one top 4 as the other one has just unfolded. Niels versus Thomas, and Niels has won, meaning that he does have that trainer reward. He does have the ace trainer with a critical hit apparently somewhere. Thomas says saltily, but that means that Niels does have his invite for the Belgium Hall of Fame, does have the ace trainer status, and does have the invite to the Buddy Buddy tournament as well. So that means that whoever Niels will face one of these demons, Niels has faced off against Adam in this whole weekend now 3 times already. Will it be a 4th time?
I don't know. I just imagine Adam hunting him down like, I'm gonna play against you.
Honestly, Adam at this point is just bullying, bullying Niels if Niels. But let's take a look if that is what happens, because of course Mark has gone superbly well in this game too.
We see the same leads, I believe, of Miraidon and Ante. We do see a switch up from Adam's side, opening for Lunala and Miraidon instead of, I believe it was Incineroar and Miraidon. A lot of options here. The Ante can do some stuff. You probably need to keep the Miraidon safe from a Draco Meteor, but if you Terra Fairy, you could go down to a Terra Electric Drift. It's often something you often see with Miraidons, but like the thing is, if you're Mark, you have to guess what he's gonna do. If you're Adam, you can just, knowing you're faster, volt switch away, not playing any mind games. So like the Choice Scarf really ensures that Mark is gonna have a hard time.
A little bit more longevity on your Miraidon itself. Yeah. We did see what moves they locked in, but Mark has to call it. It is game 3. This turn 1 might be the most important one of this whole tournament.
We see Ante switching out into the Whimsicott. Yes, it's the Whimsicott, hoping for a Calm Mind or Protect. We see a Terrastalization.
We have the Terra, which is Terra Fairy then from Marek, going into that Terra Fairy right now. Trying to make sure that it does not die to any sort of Draco Meteor. Let's see if he called it right, because this Miraidon will be the next one to move. And we had it recorded, and he called it. He called it. That was a very rough thing to call. And
Dazzling Gleam probably can't Miraidon. What a call out. This is a really good
and
start.
Miraidon is gone. That Choice Scarf Miraidon, which was such an issue in these previous games, instantly gone. This turn 1 was very important, and Mark was able to call it correct.
We see Moongeist Beam. I don't know. I think this is going to be really hard if Adam wants to pull it back. That was such a hard call out from
It was a really hard call, but the nice thing, at least for Adam right now, is we do know how much Dazzling Gleam is going to do. It's going to do double the amount that it's done now.
Yeah.
And you do have 2 fire types being able to wall out the Dazzling Gleam right now.
Yeah. The thing is, normally, and like on a normal one also, you would just wide guard, but this Lunala, dropping Trick Room and the wide guard, having Moongeist Beam, Moonblast, Calm Mind and Protect,
Yep.
which is not something you see very often, but I think it's really strong in this.
It's really strong.
It's really
I do
strong.
agree. The adaptation that Lunala has made to be less of a support Pokemon and more of a Pokemon that's like, you need to respect this end boss. Like, you need to take this boss down before it absolutely ruins your day.
I think Adam, thinking about this for a long time, he's wondering, what do I do? I'm really behind. I need to make some hard reads. I need to gain some ground. He's thinking about it. He will lock into the Paygo.
Yeah, the thing is as well, because the Entei is in the back, we know already like Orgona and the Incineroar are not able to do all that much to that Entei. So that Entei, keeping it in the back is seemingly really good right now for Marek. So a really good adaptation here. So I'm thinking that Adam has to try and find a way to deal with this, because of course the Whimsicott is able to survive any moves that might be thrown out. Miraidon just as well, as we do have the Miraidon switching out, knowing that okay, you've done your job, you've dancing gleaned, let's use you for another time right now.
Some of them are coming in. Probably will be able to tank the moon-based beam and fake out pretty well. Fake out doing no damage.
Oof, that's a lot of damage though.
Yeah. Light Train coming up, making sure that the moon-based beam will not be doing a lot of damage. We see the moon-based beam. I think it's maybe will be 20-30%. Yeah, not that much.
No.
It's almost not such a beast.
Yeah, that's
Although maybe the Mighty Press will KO the Incineroar this time. I have no idea.
could very well be a role, of course. But that is something that Mark has to consider as well, like what Pokemon could be in the
maybe he predicts the Incineroar switching out and says, okay, I'm going to target this Lunala instead, because I know the Incineroar will be switching out, because he doesn't want to lose it. We see the Incineroar switching into the Volcarona, hoping that the Body Press will be going into that slot, and maybe a burn. We don't know.
Yeah, burn,
Volcarona.
Rocky Helmet, a lot
We see the Moonblast into the Volcarona. Will I get the special attack drop? No. It's the Lunala dealing some decent chip, and we see another Moon-based beam. These just keep coming.
Honestly,
the Whimsicott.
you just want to deal with this Whimsicott right now.
Yeah.
3-hit KO.
Moon-based beam just barely not enough to pick up the 3-hit KO. I do believe Fire Dance with Volcarona will be enough to KO the Whimsicott. So the Volcarona, the thing about Volcarona is for Pokemon in the beginning it's not very threatening, but you can just keep Fire Dancing, and depending on how much special attack boosts you get, you can be pretty threatening. Especially with that Tailwind it has. You can set up Tailwind for yourself, and if you have if you're lucky and you get a lot of special attack boosts, you can just start tearing through someone's team. Just like the Summon Center and the Whimsicott both weak to Fiery Dance. Miraidon has teared out of its resistance to Fiery Dance. So if this Volcarona gets a little bit of luck, maybe, just maybe.
Okay, we are seeing
Zombies switching out into the Entei.
Yeah,
Hoping to deal with the physically frail Mons right now. We see the special attack drop. Very unfortunate. Calm Mind only boosting the defense if you think about it. So no +1 special attack. Volcarona will be Fire Dancing into the Whimsicott. And the Whimsicott will tank it. Yeah.
Light Screen really putting in work right now.
Volcarona also probably not drain that much special attack because it's mainly used to support Pokemon. You see the Rage Powder, you see Tailwind.
It is really good still to be used against this Lunala that tries to Calm Mind setup, but is unable to because of course now again this Whimsicott does turn it with an Encore, and right now Entei threatens the Volcarona with a KO just as well. Well, at least with a very strong Sacred Fire. This is looking really rough for Adam. That turn 1 was really important, as we can see in the developing turns here, as Incineroar is the one chosen to switch in here. Try to make sure that at least Volcarona stays healthy, potentially use it against that Zamazenta in the end game.
see Protect. I think usually you don't want to fake out a cloak Pokemon. But I think because Whimsicott is such low HP that the fake out will go before the Encore, making sure you don't get Encored into that Calm Mind or Protect. But Mark, ignoring Lunala, knowing he's not gonna let me Encore it, so I just won't. Really good play, getting some damage on the Escrow, hanging a Tailwind up. Lunala getting completely ignored, Protect being wasted. Moongeist into the Entei, hoping to get some good damage and potentially a knockoff. Predicting Whimsicott to not Encore. Pretty risky, but it could pay off. He's thinking about it.
Could very well. This is
Like it's just a call that you have to make if you want to win this.
yeah, Adam is already behind, so he has to make some hard calls here.
Yeah. I actually see the Volcarona switching in place of the Lunala. Well, hoping to not take too much damage. Or he.
Don't confirm just yet because these players are still trying to say what the options here are. Adam being one Pokemon behind, but it looks like the Lunala is the one switching out here, going back into that Volcarona. So is there going to be another Sacred Fire into this Volcarona, taking a lot of damage then? It's just the Encore. That is very well played there.
No fake out. Sacred Fire coming out into the Volcarona, dealing some really big damage. The Volcarona, I don't know if you know this, but I'm pretty sure it has like a 57 defense stat. I don't know. It has a low defense stat.
It's a little bit better.
I don't know.
It's pretty
I
decent.
think I'm mixing up with Electabuzz.
That's alright.
Stat.
Ooh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, you do have the Dragon option.
You could try Terra Dragon to resist the Sacred Fire and hope to maybe split it. I don't know. I think Sacred Fire still will be enough to knock it out, but I mean, it's always a chance.
I think Mark is quite safe to go for the double here on the Volcarona as well.
Volcarona does not have Protect, notably, which could be, like, I think if Volcarona Protect, you could do some shenanigans, you could, like, Protect and KO something, or weaken something with Parting Shot, but Volcarona is a fully support set, and I'm almost running out of time. We see the Terra onto the Volcarona and the Dragon to resist the Sacred Fire. I think he's just praying that the Whimsicott did not Moonblast the Volcarona. But no Moonblast in the Volcarona. Instead, a Light Screen coming out. Entei, going for the Sacred Fire. It's not going to be enough to KO.
Being able to hang on there.
Tailwind coming out. The Incineroar will be using that. Knockoff actually. Knockoff into the Whimsicott, getting rid of that pesky Whimsicott. I think this is a good play because now you just stall at the Tailwind. You have Tailwind of your own. You will be outspeeding everything. But the thing is, you can't stall at the Tailwinds if you don't have Protect, which most of these Pokemon on the field do not have.
Yeah.
Which is really annoying.
And they also still like carrying, of course.
Yeah, the speed. It can knock out the Volcarona. Then again, you could also switch out to Lunala. Then again, the Varan could Electric Drift into the Volcarona slot to be safe.
We saw earlier that the Incineroar was able to survive a body press, but is the Incineroar maybe offensive enough to Flare Blitz KO the Miraidon?
I don't even think it's fast enough to get off that. Lunala coming in, and we will see an Electric Beat into the Lunala, doing no damage, and the Miraidon will be moving next, going for Electric Drift into the Incineroar. Will be going down, not tanky enough. Twin Spikes Miraidon and Electric Terrain hits ridiculously hard. It's crazy. Still Nala healing a little bit leftovers. Volcarona is forced out now because the last one. I don't know what that said, but I think it says that the Tailwind is over.
The Tailwind on the opposing side is finally over. This Volcarona has Tailwind still up, the Lunala just as well, but it's still rough.
Extreme Speed into the Volcarona, knocking it out.
Okay, let's take a look. If this Lunala is able to KO the Miraidon, I can see a way of Adam still being able to perform because
I think-
misses are a thing.
I think you need a crit. I don't know. I think you need a crit.
Yeah, because the light screen was set up, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's see if it is able.
No.
Oh, and
No, no.
that is,
Electric Drift coming out, probably enough to KO, and that will be Mark winning the set. Really well played
Very well
from both
played
of these
there.
trainers.
that was some real good VG gaming.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Niels doesn't have to face this bracket demon, which is Adam. So Niels has a shot against Mark Milliner. We'll be back in just a second.
Hello everyone, we're back with the finals of this cup. We're seeing again Arthur who I believe beat Adam in the quarterfinals, and we have Niels with Life of Rhino actually. And Derek with that electric paragraph, Chris Carpenter, Sport Volcarona, and of course the Iron Hands. This is gonna be an interesting battle. I've never seen Life of Rhino in my life. This is interesting. I think this is going to be a battle of the Miraidons. I think it's going to be who gets.
That's his entire regulation.
No. Who gets more value out of their Miraidon?
Yeah.
I think Calyrex also can do something. Zamazanta just evolves it, which is not optimal. If you can get rid of the Zamazanta with your Miraidon, maybe you can get Calyrex Ice online next to support Volcarona or the Iron Hands and Trick Room. This is gonna be interesting.
Sorry, I had to fix that he had a headset on. Sorry?
I can't play without music.
Yeah. I can, but like, there's a lot of noise right now. Look at our golden goal.
He's so happy to be here.
I haven't seen one since last year.
Yeah.
You see the lead, Iron Hands and Miraidon and Calyrex Frigoraph. Nobody would like to fake out and full switch, but Frigoraph is denying fake out.
Alright, hot play. Trick room on both.
Hey, it's
If
nice
one of
here.
them goes down, it's fine.
I do wonder, are these Iron Hands and Calyrex speed firing? I mean, it's possible. I have no idea. Looking for Frigoraph boosting up his defense.
From experience, I do tend to know that Iron Hands go min speed, but Calyrex tend to not go fully min speed unless it's like a full trick room team. But yeah, with this lead, like you're choosing a Pokemon that just faints, right? So, like one of these two is going down.
Yeah, one of these two is gonna go down. Unless you play perfect. Unless you read what the Miraidon's targeting into and call it. Usually these Frigoraph are full support, I'll play Trick Room, Psychic Noise, and Helping Hand, but this one has Protect instead of Helping Hand, giving it a lot more time on the field, a lot more opportunity to play. Miraidon going into the Calyrex Ice Rider and it barely survived. You see the Iron Hands outspeeding it, so either Iron Hands is not in speed or it's speed tie. Calyrex going down and not doing anything as a Frigoraph, such a Trick Room for an already gone Calyrex.
I think this might be a fast Iron Hands.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a
You see Neil sitting out in
lead
Iron
there.
Hands of his own. Marco's Iron Hands effects.
But something that we do know from Marcos, Iron Hands is it's not minus speed.
Yeah, but you can change the EV spread, right? Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, it's not min speed. You can change
not
the
min speed.
IVs.
Yep.
That's very interesting.
So you always got to be careful with these things. Well, okay. Certainly, if the meta is developing to Iron Hands like that.
Okay, next time I see Marco's Iron Hands, I will keep that in mind.
Yeah. There used to be like a event Tapu Koko that was shiny,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you always knew it was timid. For
Yeah,
example.
I remember that one.
Okay, but now with this,
I really like Tapu Koko shiny. It's really cool.
but now you do have the option to just dish some damage out, really. As Mark is opting for that Terra, and I do think it's gonna be that Terra Fairy as well.
Yeah, Terra Fairy, keeping it safe from a low kick, one-shotting it. I think it one-shots. I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
It depends on the spread. but it is
the Iron
very
Hands
safe.
being slower than the other Iron Hands in the trick room, confirming that the other Iron Hands is not meant speed. See a second choice of the Iron Hands of Mark and a low kick from Niels Iron Hands into the Marinol. Marinol firing back with an Electro Drift into the Iron Hands, apparently not picking up the KO. Really, I was like, picking up the KO.
Picking up the KO. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
exactly. You do have now a nice wall charge target,
yeah.
but the issue with that is that you're keying yourself,
Yeah.
first off.
Suicide.
Well, well, yeah, but like at this point, Niels is very behind right now.
Yeah. We see him considering reversing a trick rooms. White charge going into the Marlin, picking up the KO and going down. 1-for-1 trade. Now,
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but then again, Niels already lost a single
Yeah.
Pokémon immediately.
so Iron Hands are going down, as well as the Maridon. We see Mark's Iron Hands going for a low kick into the Fray Graph, dealing decent damage, and the trick room is being reversed. So now, I'm pretty sure the speed advantage will be to Niels. We see the life full Maridon. I've never seen a life full Maridon in my life. Chimpo coming out. I believe this one was Focus Sash, I'm pretty sure.
It is Focus
So
Sash
it will be able to tank a Electro Drift and fire back with a very strong Ice Spinner or Ice Crash, depends. I don't have the team sheets. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe going to the Iron Hand of Chimpo. You know, if you double into the Chimpo,
Yeah.
you risk it protecting, but if it doesn't protect, you pick up the KO.
Yeah. The issue is just you have to lock in something because
Yeah.
the Iron Hands is still beefing it up.
I mean, you could don't protect the bait out without protecting. Like, it's always not a possibility. I don't think Burgeraf hangs a throat chop.
Well, it has a defense boost thanks to electricity.
Yeah, but like, I don't think it hangs.
That's because you don't believe. See,
Yeah, I
the
don't.
longer the neck,
no, I
the
don't.
less throat choppable it is.
I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, game mechanic, trust it. Alright,
Crash. Check out outspeeding right on. This maybe is flinch. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
that was a double up into the cheap power
No,
slot.
it was actually into the Iron Hand. I believe. Rather going down, being flinched. That's very unfortunate.
Damn, that explosive team of Mark really showing off right now.
Very rough. I mean, it's a long neck, but I don't think the neck is long enough to carry.
Just dodge.
Good shot. It did live. I was wrong.
The longer the neck.
Oh, really good to note. Iron Hand is faster than the Paragraph. That's really good to know. So we probably are gonna see Niels being a bit more protective of his Calyrex in the next game because you don't want it to go down turn one.
No.
That was really not. I think Mark's gonna stick to the same strategy. Just
Honestly, it worked out. Like,
lead your two beefy nukes.
it's also really good that Mark was able to take the win immediately with the surprise Iron Hands. Now, Nearly has that in mind, but like getting a game with a surprise tactic always benefits you a bit more because now Niels has not seen all that much from Mark's team on his side, so Niels might have to adapt a little bit more to what Mark will be bringing here. If you're aware that it's fast Iron Hands, you know that it's faster fake out as well, and that means that you'll just have to try and adapt to that just as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Mark is gonna just lead the same thing. I don't know all the balls he had in the back, which is also like. Wait, he had Maridon, Chimpo, Iron Hands, and Probably Salvanta, because it's really good into the Calyrex. But maybe you could have had Ante, who knows? That's the thing, if you win really quickly, you get to keep your opponent from knowing all your Pokemon. And if it's close...
It's fine. Sorry, go ahead, guys. We're gonna show something. No, it's funny. Another player that just left field already sent me a funny thing, which I will not repeat on the stream right now.
That's funny.
But getting to above 2 NCP, congrats to Nilly, of course. Even getting his spot in the Buddy tournament with 207 CP. At the very least, could be 217, could even be passing Christoph right now, who was the one DMing us. So let's take a look if Nilly has the chutzpah to switch it up right now, because Mark with that just superior victory there, like being able to in 3 turns just decide the full-on game. So we have Miraidon and the Iron Hands from Mark's side, and that is from Nilly's side. It is the Iron Hands and the Cali Ice.
So, compared to the previous game, you have 2 pickups on the field. Previous game, you had 0.
Yeah, correct.
So, like, there's a lot of opportunities. We do get the confirmation that Mark Iron Hands is faster. We knew it already, but maybe it wasn't speed tied. Now
Could still be speed tied.
it could still be, but the odds are like way less.
Yeah.
If you outspeed an Iron Hands twice,
Yeah.
you're gonna like think, oh, it's maybe not speed tied. And if you outspeed it once, you probably still think it's speed tied.
I like the no kick protect.
It is a hard call to make right now, because of course if you know that Mark's Iron Hands is faster, he will get the pick out no matter what. So it'll depend on what the Miraidon is going to do, and it is going to commit to that Terra Fairy right now, trying to make sure that whatever Dazzling Gleam comes out will be stronger, will be sure to survive any sort of low kick just as well.
I do think Iron Hands should live a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. Just take a fake out into the Calyrex. Fake out trading, getting free trip. I do think Calyrex is now in range of the Electro Drift. I'm not quite sure. Maybe not,
No, they're not speeding.
but I'm not sure.
Okay, but yeah, so now you already know that the Miraidon has Terra, so in a way you could potentially Terra your own Iron Hands and just wild charge into that and protect, right?
Yeah,
Which is
that's
also
always
okay,
an
safe.
option.
But because you faked out the Miraidon, it can still very much go for a Volt Switch, for example, as well.
Yeah, just keep yourself safe. It's something you have to consider.
So it'll depend here on what the decision here is. Nilly has locked in. We have the Terra.
Terra Bug on the Iron Hand, making himself no longer weak to that Dazzling Gleam and resisting any low kicks or drilling punches. Terra Bug Iron Hands, I think it's very interesting.
It's a good play.
Yeah.
I can definitely see why, as it is Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, Dazzling Gleam, Iron Hands taking a little bit less than half. Okay, going into the Iron Hand, Terra Bug, really smart. Get the wild card him right off. Should go down. Oh, it's never mind. That was wrong.
The Trick Room now has been set up. Trick Room now being set up is really good, as we know that both Pokemon on Mark's side were faster, and now you do have the option to just start dishing out some major damage right
Actually,
now.
the Rhino surviving is kind of good because now you can finish it off with Glacial Lance and get the attack boost.
Absolutely.
And also you take less recoil.
And thinking about the Pokemon in the back from Mark, which were last time were Chimpao, you have Zamazenta as an option, for example, as well, which are still not gonna like have to take anything from his Iron Hands if it's able to stay on the field.
Marlon switching out probably into the Zamazenta, but no, it's Ante actually.
Okay.
So either Chimpao or Zamazenta was left behind this game. Okay, into the Iron Hands. I do believe the Iron Hands will survive.
I do think so too. Let's take a look. Oh, Barely, but yeah.
Close. Cataract's going down. That was really, really close.
Good survival, and now with the Iron Hands also being lower, there's now a live up Entei on the field. Trick Room is still up as well.
I think Extreme Speed should be able to finish off the Iron Hands. The thing is, Niels does not have trigger of this game, so he will not be able to stop that Extreme Speed. And I mean, I think it depends. If the Volcarona is lower than the Entei, you will be able to reach farther before the
E-Speed, yeah.
But if the Volcarona is faster, I mean, it's not likely, but who knows?
Yeah, we don't know how these trainers have trained their Pokemon, of course. As, if you're just fully committing to an Entei that keeps extreme speeding, you can definitely see why you would be that. But, yep.
And we see the Entei not going for extreme speed, thinking, okay, it's gonna reach powder, I'm probably faster, so I'll just say good fire to get some good damage. Very smart. Iron Hands healing up with Drain Punch. Iron Hands not KOing the Corona with the Wild Charge, doing some really good damage and going down to the Rocky Helmet. It would have gone down to the recoil, but it went down to the Rocky Helmet first.
Sacred Fire dodge.
Unfortunate. Entei missed the Sacred Fire. When you need to hit it the most, he does not hit it.
I thought you were gonna mention like the Avatar, like when we needed him the most, he vanished. Only the Avatar, master of hitting all his moves. But yeah, that's a little bit awkward because now Miraidon, we know that is a Pokemon.
You have the Fire Nation, the Sacred Fire, you have the Water Nation Origin Pulse, and you have the ground.
Yeah, this is still really awkward because you still get like a potential extreme speed into the Volcarona, but then a Sucker Punch could still follow up, for example, from the Chimpao. But
normally the Entei should outspeed Chimpao and Trick Room.
Yeah.
So you could always, like, the annoying thing is, you would very much like to knock out the Volcarona and then Sacred Fire the Iron Hands, but that's just not possible because of the speed tiers. Volcarona are Rage Powdering away any possible attack. And they go for extreme speed, knowing it's probably going to be targeted by the Iron Hands.
Rocky
so it wants to get some damage.
Live Orb right now. Entei will be going down.
As well as Volcarona. 1-for-1 trade. Now Chimpao and the Iron Hands still have yet to move.
Yeah.
So the Iron Hands will go first. Oh no, actually Chimpao goes first. My bad.
Yeah, Chimpao moving first with the Sucker Punch.
Drain Punch coming out, dealing a lot of that damage. Chimpao dropping the Sash, being able to survive. Like I said earlier, 1 HP is still like, as long as you have
Still have a Pokemon. You still have a Pokemon. Certainly when that Pokemon is Chimpaulo, as it is able to Sucker Punch left and right still. And Miraidon being able to switch in again. We saw earlier that the Miraidon from Mark's moved first before Niels', so could indicate that Niels' Miraidon is a little bit slower as well. So Iron Hands having a free KO onto this Miraidon, and then if the Miraidon is indeed slower, it could get a free KO onto the Chimpao just as well.
Yeah. Also, Miraidon switching in with the perfect timing because the Electric Train just ran out. Not that it's gonna be lacking damage, but the Chimpao finishing it off. No HP.
That was a bit that could doing this play gives Mark a little bit more info about speed tiers because Mark was unsure about it. As right now, no, it didn't.
First, got his speed tiers wrong. Right on now.
Iron Hand's still able to hang on, but I do think this is the last turn.
I do think it's the last turn of Trick Room. Yeah, last turn.
Yeah, this suddenly turned on its head, so it wasn't Speed Titan earlier. Yeah, and thanks to that, Mark is able to win that, and that concludes it. Belgium is free and has been pillaged yet again.
Yay.
And this time by the Dutch, yet again. Well played. Well played to both players. We hope you enjoyed it. And now we're gonna start with the challenge. Congrats on your win.
A warning, if you're playing a challenge, you're not ready for my body press Koraidon.
Pairings, je weet tegen wie dat jij moet? Deze kant.
Wat? Spelen. Wat, proficiat. Ik hoop dat het genoeg is.
Ik ook.
Ja.